Alright, we're all out of focus today. We have no focus. There's no focus. The camera is out of... There we go. Okay, we're focused. We're locked in. We're dialed up. We're dialed in. Dial up. Well, we'll just be making these noises all stream. So, we will be probably forming Italy today. I don't know. Milan's a little bit chunky, but we have most of the makings of a varsity athlete. So, we will probably be taking chunks out of them. We do have CBs on them that we have generated. Or we should have subjects that are generating CBs on them. Yeah, that's that good stuff. That's that CB. Causes belly. Looks like we'll actually have to fight a pretty big chunk of people though. So maybe we want to do a little bit of prep, just like Batman. Batman does prep. We will be annexing up here too, Siena, which is a little bit of an interesting one, because that is going to mark the next, I guess, province over that we have to go after. In terms of developing our sea zones. Every time we see that we have, like, a potential war that we need to fight with someone who has a navy, suddenly our heart drops, because we realize deep in our hearts that we're gonna have to shuffle all these little 15 stacks required for doing the upkeep of the coastlines, the maritime presence. We never said it was easy. No focus, my lord. Hey, YY8GJ8. Good luck in this campaign. Glad it's continuing. Yeah, this one's feeling pretty good. I think we're gonna at the very least, we're gonna form Italy, I think. I think that's either 1 or 2 more sessions. I do like the dopamine pop-off that we get in Age of Discovery when we get the text, but after that, it's like, where's the one? Where's Harvey Dent? After you get Paper Workshop and Printer's Workshop, the game is like, we won. Everything, it all really a microcosm of, the importance of the printing press in terms of world history, ignoring the fact that the Chinese developed a printing press hundreds of years before this. Are you going to colonize this Italy? Almost certainly. Oh, you guys always like to know. The flavor is Vice City. From Redcon? Has it always been from Redcon? But I think this is my actual favorite energy drink. We probably took the camera out of focus holding the drink up. Not like this. So, I guess I clicked on the wrong stuff. So, let's take a look here. That annexation is soon. Oh my god, I won't spoil it. We have, like, I'm gonna try and upload it today, but it's really, really big. It's like 3 hours. A Korea first 50 years. And, in it, we have, like, 30 or 40 million pops, and so you get, like, the max bonus from is much smaller, even if they have, like, 1 million pops. Alright. What do we do here? Well, I guess we just prep for... we just prep for Milan. We just... Let's see, how are we doing on all this? Yeah. That's probably just immediately... Is there a reason not to fight? The reason is because we don't like violence. The reason is because we don't want to have to micro our navies. Because stupid Aragon. If the stuff was good at intercepting them too, this also would work. They only have like 13 boats though. Maybe it'll be fine. Alright. This might be the last, like, levy-heavy engagement we take. Some of you like to get white go wasted. I like to levy up. We're not the same. Alright. Alright, we'll try and keep an eye on the Navy, and by keep an eye on the Navy is we will completely ignore it until the point that we lose a stack to it, and then we'll complain and watch it very closely. So, that is in fact the meta. I think that we should jump the gun and think about what we want to take before we've even won the war. I think that's the proper strategy here. I wish liberating countries was, like, actually ever reasonable. Like, in Vic 3, it's actually super nice that, like, liberating, like, is a reasonable strategy. What companies will you found in this run? Bro, don't get me started. My kingdom for some companies. I need some good fucking mood. My kingdom to actually never see this event again. We picked the same option literally 100%. Actually, not 100% of the time, but very close to 100%. Tunis is alive? That's not allowed. Carthage must be... Wait. Requesting a Bengal campaign since no one played a region. I have a vote, a poll up on the YouTube right now for the potential of a Bengal run, and nobody's voting for Bengal. I'm so sorry. I tried. I tried. Alas. Poor Yorick. I knew him well. Horatio. Horatio? You mean she got ratioed? This is your mind on brain rot. We have a lot of CB on them. Actually, what of theirs is... Taking the low control stuff will be best. Oh, let's double check that we got the right... We got following through on threat. Alright, we did the right, correct CB here. We will want to try and transfer some of these guys if possible. Ooh, Provence. Is there no subjects to transfer? Looks like there's not, actually. Happy Saturday, everyone. Happy Saturday. Your polls are a great example of tyranny of the majority of journalists. True. The poor guy who requested Norway for forever and never got it in Vic 3. Want to play standard basic bitch European power or interesting other nation? No, I mean, there's got to be a better way to do it, though. But yeah, you are correct. Like, also, people really liked the Kilwa run. The Kilwa run was an executive decision. That was not a poll. I was just like, you know what, I'm playing Kilwa. You guys don't know what you're talking about. In regards to your own opinion, everyone knows that self-report is the worst way of finding someone's opinion. So, army's just kind of... Honestly, can our vassals just solo bolo? No, it doesn't look like our vassals can solo bolo here. They want to ask us for money. I don't know, the RP in me is feeling generous and bad. We, like, they helped us in a war over... This is an RP click right here. It's an RP click. We're role-playing now. Don't say we never role-played. They helped us out in this war over here. They're helping us out in this war, and I think we screwed them over with a save scum. Yeah, we screwed them over with a save scum because they declared, well, kind of did. We were about to declare war, and then they declared the war on Bulgaria, and then we're like, no. Because they automatically pulled us in, so we were about to have a war where we would control war goals and stuff with Bulgaria, and then we were denied it, and then it was like, no. We're not gonna play that game. And then, we reloaded. I shouldn't put that on you guys. I reloaded. I took the ring to Mordor. I was the save scummer. It was me. Tell the chat. I want them to know it was me. Kilwa is the great evidence for need for a great ruler. Yeah, the great man of history hypothesis. About Kilwa run. It looks like we do have a subject here. We will be transferring them, but that's actually perfect because that's the Geneva province. Was looking around Western Europe because I'm gonna do a video of like best capitals of Western Europe, and there's just this scrum in Germany of like provinces, or that just like have 8+ locations in them, which is kind of interesting. Most of Europe has got these inky-dinky like 3 spots. Yeah. Generals passed the Enabling Act for a stream. Would really like to see a one province start. Granada was almost an OPM that we started as and took all of Iberia. We win that, right? I think we maybe want this guy to be moving around. Oh, looks like actually Hungary's handling this. Maybe we just double siege. God, that's kind of boring, though. No, he's gonna escape our grasp. No. Yeah, but especially with levies actually getting destroyed now, just like winning battles at the outset is pretty valuable. Yeah, we balanced our forces. Too many regulars, too little time. We're gonna play Hissen Kaifa or Ayubid or whatever they're called in this game. I'm excited to play Persia at 1.1. I imagine that they make it so that Persia is playable if they're giving terrain bonuses out to countries. Do we transfer subject? I think we're just supposed to transfer subject everything, to be honest, but what we'll do is we'll transfer this to Bologna instead of to ourselves. This will take as a subject because the infamy for the antagonism for both decays in parallel. I don't even know what the war goal is actually. Reggio. But is it fancy Reggio? R-E-J-G. Well, we know it's in Lombardia. This? Okay. Every time we're about to take this big city, I get this fat dopamine hit, because you get dopamine from anticipating reward, not actually getting reward, and then I remember, we're not taking slaves. Kurdistan run, the Kurds must become reality. Kilwa wasn't good because of the lakes, but because of the colonization and dev shenanigans. Yeah, but that, like, it's like there's European things to focus on. Or like, what you focus on when you're playing Europe is like all the same things, basically, no matter who you're playing on. But like, what you focus on, it becomes radically different if you like play somewhere else. Like, you're just like foaming at the mouth for institutions if you're not in Europe. Or like North Africa, obviously. We're gonna need to occupy this as well. How is Hungary doing? They're pretty good. We actually also might be able to... Is that really not part of Italy? Seems like an injustice that this isn't part of Italy, eh? I learned all my geography from Paradox games. I learned all my Paradox games from geography. Bam. Take that, loud car outside. We have cannons, right? Yeah, we do. We could build more cannons, though. I very much doubt we have the max cannon bonus, yeah. I don't want to assault. Maybe I'm just, like, not as aggressive about assaulting as I should be, to be honest. Well, actually, we just have a bunch of cav and a bunch of... No. We would need to have more infantry to have, like, an assault strategy. We have, like, all cav. We have all cav and levies, so we really can't assault, but we can bonk them. That's all we can do. At least in this age. Once we have a bunch of regulars that are not cav, then things will be better. We probably also, in theory... maybe want to take a chunk. Off of Aragon. Yeah. We might end up doing that. You either die complaining about people engaging in naval combat or engage in it yourself. So, these guys can take a 2k stack. We could raise levies, though, to be able to take more. Whoa! Where'd you find that? Are we even winning this? We have a lot of regulars, so we might be winning this. Don't look like it. Oh wait, that's not even our stack. Whoa, how would we get such a fat stack from our subjects? Well, I think they're losing that. I don't think we have time to reinforce, do we? He said as he had time to reinforce? I mean... he didn't have time to reinforce. He lied. He lied about his own indecency. Oh, what was that? That was attack, right? Alright, we were intentionally not juicing up Naples anymore because it was already too caked up. The micro. How many more of these do we need? 2? Or 1 more after this, actually. Alright, we don't want to go trad, economy. Mixed institutions. God, every time I see artists, I get, like, mildly triggered. Because artists should be so much better. How about taking Sardinia from Aragon? How about taking Sardinia from Aragon? How about taking Sardinia from Aragon? If at first you don't succeed, try again. Do we know when 1.1 will become available? I have the date, but it came to me in a dream. It's mid-February. I don't remember where I heard mid-February, but in my head it's mid-February, so don't quote me on it, but vibes only, that's when I think it's coming out. The first DLC is supposed to be Q2. Which, I'm surprised we're even getting a free patch like this. Okay, we don't need to sponsor a cathedral. We're not changing the policy here. We're not going trad economy. We're not breaking our alliance with poor Hungary. We pull them into a war, we throw them some ducats, and then we break our alliance. Jeez, how confused would they be? It's like, the dealing with someone with mood swings in a relationship. Free patch, like what? Yeah, just completely free patch, nothing sold on top of it, and everyone's gonna complain, Paradox is just trying to take our money. Except it's not everyone, it's actually just like a small but vocal part of the community that's like uber cynic mode, but they'll let you know. It's like the meme, like where you're peeing next to, you're peeing at a urinal, right? And then some guy just comes and stands right next to you, and then he tells you he's a vegan. That's like low-key kind of what it's like with like people who are like foaming at the mouth to tell you that like the for-profit company is actually for profit, and that's all they care about. And it's like, well, one, they're a for-profit company, so we're kind of all attending this same movie, and it's kind of like they're a for-profit company. But two, that's like just a gross oversimplification of everyone working at the company, because a lot of the people who work for the company don't care about the bottom line of the company. They just want to make good games and stuff like this. Can you link patch? I don't have the link to the patch. Well, I mean, technically I kind of do. Happy Saturday, General. Hey, Gene, how's it going? My last day of vacation. Womp womp. Womp womp indeed. Getting ready to DJ this later this afternoon. Want to say hi? Nice, nice, nice. Godspeed with the DJing. I assume since you said you just wanted to say hi, that means you're in and out, so have a good set. I think we just click this and then see. We haven't pushed this all the way anyways. And we're like so close to pushing it, clicking that almost does nothing. Other than make our states a little bit upset. I can't remember if we need any law changes. No. We probably should have swapped on to noble levies, but it's not going to matter soon. Because we're going to lose the law category when we swap to plutocracy/theocracy. Okay. I think there's nothing we want. I don't think we want claims, so I think we're just taking taxes. We're taking the bag and running. We could effectively buy more stability, but it's come to our attention that this thing often doesn't update properly. I'm not sure we want to full tax the commoners. Maybe we do. I don't know why we have low tax on the commoners, actually, because it's not like we have really huge satisfaction issues, so we'll do that. It's easier to tax the nobility when you're not a monarchy as well, just in general. Why are you chastising vegans? You have some idiot hang-ups? No, vegans are... I don't have a problem with vegans. I'm saying it's like the meme of the vegans. I have a problem with... I've actually met a lot of vegans because I had an ex who was a vegan, and I didn't have a problem with them. There's a special brand of not just vegan, but like they can be vegan, they can be keto, they could do CrossFit, but the people who obnoxiously like introduce like what they do into the conversation, like on repeat, whatever it is that they're obsessed with, those people are annoying. And there are vegans who do that, and those people are annoying not because they're vegan, but because they like inject something that other people aren't really interested in into the conversation repeatedly and try and like hijack the conversation. But the meme is for vegans, but you could do it easily for... I've seen the same meme for like people who do CrossFit, which I think CrossFit's fine, but I think being obnoxious is not. It's a little bit... It's two different things. But I think the original source was vegan. For-profit company when Johan is the one and only profit. Yeah. Will you please conquer Sardinia? Maybe. Whoa. Okay, wait. For a second I thought the numbers was against us. I was like, when did that happen? I just misread it. I'm here for a bit, having lunch and chilling. Homemade chicken burritos. Yum. I recently made like 1-pan chicken and rice, and it turned out way better than I thought it was going to. I like way overspiced my chicken. I was making like Mexican chicken, and I was like, oh shit, this is no good. I can't like eat this. There's way too much spices in here. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? And I was like, okay, I guess we're making chicken and rice. That way the rice seeps out a lot of the spices, and it turned out pretty good considering it was very much an audible. This guy dated a vegan. I'm turning in my moderator badge, basically. You know what's like... People like overhate their exes way too much, just in general. And I've started to realize it's like this... It's probably there's... So there's this like cognitive bias where when something induces pain, the only thing you remember is the peak of the pain and the pain at the end. And they did a study where they gave inflicted people with pain, and what they found is if you increase the length of the pain from like 15 minutes to 30 minutes, but the peak of the pain was the same, but the pain was less severe at the end, people actually would rather repeat that experience, even though there's more aggregate pain, than the one with less paining at the end. And relationships, like, the pain of a relationship is very end-loaded. And so they probably, I think, looking back, almost everyone, like, looks more negatively on their relationships and, like, the person that they were dating than they ought to. Obviously, there are psychopaths, and they do exist, but, like, the bro, she was a psychopath claims, they're batting way too high. Like, they can't all be that crazy. You know. Any kind of obsessive behavior is obnoxious. It's hardly exclusive to any particular ideology or lifestyle. No, I 100% agree. The meme is, like, with... Yes, I agree. That is, the point I was trying to make. I'm vegan meme, but it's Paradox games. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yes, 100%. If you, like, if someone doesn't give a shit about Paradox games and you keep trying to tell them about Paradox games, you're the problem. And then Tarkus is, like, over there, he's like, I don't want to be part of the problem, I want to be the entire problem. And, yeah. I don't know if you're taking questions right now. I'm always taking questions, but I was wondering if it would be optimal market center for a Serbia campaign. Serbia, you cry to yourself to sleep. Serbia, just like... Where do we put the market in Serbia? It's probably on the internal side of the mountains, but it's just bad. Well, so you get one freebie. You get one freebie. And what I mean by that is... you will get one location where you get to put it down there and ignore the terrain penalties. Because the market access only cares about where you're entering, not where you're coming from. And you want to be close to this farmland, flatland kind of scrum here, at the very least. But because of the new gaining market access from marketplaces, you don't need to be like right here. Old paradigm was you'd probably be right here. I think it's here on this iron. You are like as close to the middle of all these like premium resources as you can be. You ignore the terrain penalties you have from the Woods Mountain, and then you just have to go through a hill to get to some flatland, something like this. So you probably moved Dubrovnik up here? Maybe that's not it, actually. Maybe it's like right here instead. On the lead. Yeah, I think it's on the lead. This is a little bit better. The idea is that there's this kind of open pocket here, and you're trying to be next to it, and you're trying to put your guy on a pretty bad spot, but Forest Hills is pretty bad. And then you'll get reasonably good access to some of this flatland here. I think that's probably the way. I'm leading the way. Asa Pendoragon? Not even a Pendragon? Pendoragon? Thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated. Also, Will the H, if you somehow watch this back, thank you for the Prime sub when we were not streaming. Do you have a video explaining how to deal with satisfaction? No, but if you're really peasant heavy, just low taxing the peasants goes a long way. Are they going to jump to 1.1 even though 0.11 is in the beta and never released? Well, I think 1.1 is February, so... Talking about artists, it would be cool if what type of artist you had actually mattered. Yes. Please don't conquer parts of Aragon that are in Iberia. Field Medic, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated. A hype train? A hype train? I have some feelings about hype trains. Thank you for the Prime sub, my guy. Don't take pieces of Aragon that are in Iberia, they say. I'm not sure I can cooperate. People were put in an empty room with nothing to do except a button that would give them a painful electric shock. Most people would rather keep pressing the button than be bored. Yes. I've read about that study. Thought the loud car was air raid. If there was an air raid, we would just like be like, oh, that's just typical loud car, to be honest. Nothing to see here. Right on cue. Right on schedule. Alright, so we annex Siena. We get all their cores. Oh, baby. We'll have to give this away to this guy. But okay. What's the urbanization look like? Just Siena, just the marble. Okay. We can work with that. The wheat is getting urbanized, because eventually... Well, actually... Where's our harbor? We don't really have a good natural harbor. I guess we're urbanizing this and docking it. Gentlemen, it's time to dock. You heard it here first. This is my first grand strategy game ever, and I have 250 hours. Very nice, very nice. It's nice. That is a very solid amount of hours, considering how long it's been out. We need to transfer this guy to Bologna as well. Are we still belligerent? No, we're barely not. Why do I always go broke in this game? Honest question. I get, like, this how do you make so much money type of question a lot, and I honestly don't know how to answer it, because it's like, it's doing everything. Like, you have to do all the things. And when you do all the things, then you make all the money. But it's, like, hard to relay that. Love your content, guy. Thank you very much. Just take all of Iberia. We're working on it. Field medic. Currently a train operator. Oh no, there's only 1 minute left for you to have FOMO and reach into your parents' wallet and subscribe, which you shouldn't do. But, like, actually, you shouldn't, the hype train FOMO, just ignore it. If you're thinking of subbing, you can do it on your own time. Ignore the hype train. Wait for it to die. That'll teach Twitch. Can we measure the frequent? Damn it. Thank you for the 100 bits. Take my FOMO? No. Supposed to let the train die. Because that's what it is. It's like it's an exploitative thing that Twitch does to try and like maximize profits. It's not about hype or good feelings. It's about money. Thank you, much appreciated. Does that actually extend the? That's how it works. It extends the train. Yeah. Can we measure the frequency of loud cars as an economic indicator? You actually could. You actually could. There's wealthy people in my area, just like there's hot singles in my area from what I hear. And if the rich started getting uber taxed, the cars would probably get quieter. Would be my guess. Be my guess. Be my guess. I think we just win with just that, but I'm gonna take this for a spin too. Hey, thank you for the wise giraffe. Thank you for waiting until the train ended. We don't want that train. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. I went into Shinto Korea to try and abuse the OPCB, but it doesn't seem usable on anything. The awesome nested tooltip clarified with never know what's up. I do not, because you used to be able to. You used to be able to, as France, flip or like as Castile, flip Shinto and and just take all of France. I do not know what's up. Should we spoil the Korea run? Let's play a little spoiler. We did our first 50 on Korea. We didn't use that CB, but we did some things. Can you explain how having multiple vassals helps with cabinet actions? Yes, they each get 2 to 3 cabinet actions early game, and they can use those cabinet actions on their one province. So the cabinet actions to province ratio is very good. Oh, this is so nice. It's like we're zoomed in the middle of nowhere. You guys ready? Chat, lend me your energy. They probably patched the Shinto thing. That's kind of what I'm thinking. There's like a couple things that have been changed. Would make sense it's only intended to unify Japan. Just don't be poor. Big true. Has it been a while, Constantine? Welcome, welcome. Alright, you guys ready? Oh. Wee! Alright. Overbuilding doesn't make you broke right away, but when you transition to a full standing armies, you can't afford it anymore. Yeah. Armies be expensive. You mighty Reds, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. Although now we're in danger. Now we are in danger. Alright. Did we not, Okay. I'll never sub Generalist? Liar, Tarkus. You were one of my first subs. But I'll keep a $5 bill on me in case I see you at the grocery store. Tarkus doesn't want to chat to know that he subscribed once upon a time. The odds of us being in a grocery store together are also not that low, Tarkus. I'm gonna shake you down for that 5 later. Just because we're wasted on drugs and charity anyways, basically. I have two weaknesses, drugs and charity. So is it just because you're not managing your trades that you're not making money? No. Usually trades aren't the big kind of indicator. You just have to be... You have to be, like, kind of pretty smart about where you put everything, like, all the time. Because it matters a lot later on, because of the way margins work in the game. Like, it's really important you get production efficiency from having RGOs in the right places. It's also really important that you, like, get the most out of taxing these guys as much as possible as you can. I think people generally under-give out privileges by quite a bit. I think we could give out Elite Council now. What's our trend towards Pluto? Ah, that's a little risky. It's a little bit risky. I don't think I quite want to risk it. How many markets in the Greb region? Like, how many should there be, or how many are there? There's 3 right now. I kind of think 3 is pretty good. You got the Mandate of Heaven. I actually don't have the mandate. One of my subjects has the mandate in that run. Micromanaging all of China sounds brutal. It is. That's basically why that run's not going anywhere after this. No, but you know who's going somewhere? That guy in that loud car outside. Was that a car or a motorcycle? It's sometimes hard to tell. I used to be a lot better on it. Don't out me like that. My $5. I will collect Tarkus. Not because I need $5, but because it's funny. Do you have manual trade between the markets you control? I don't think so. I think I have very few manual trades here. Do we even have the most trade advantage? Yeah, we do. Profit per trade is actually pretty high there. We should build more stuff in Venice. Or urbanize this and build some there. God, being able to raid for slaves is just so incredibly strong. And like Europe, you just like don't have a lot of pops. It like feels like it makes such a big difference. Like to not... Like if you're in India, raiding for slaves isn't that big a deal because you already have a lot of pops. But like... Staying Christian, like, honestly feels low-key a little like trolling. Do you still have the Anjou dynasty? Nope. We would if succession worked correctly. This guy should have been our heir. He could have been our heir. But the fiefdoms, like, can brick your succession, so... I guess maybe no one has access to fiefdoms. Maybe you're just only supposed to use vassals, but you can use the exploit. You can use the exploit to... give vassals and fiefdoms when you're on theocracy and plutocracy, which is you release a vassal and then you release it with a random character, and then it'll give you half the time it'll give you a fiefdom. So truly, actually, the only government type without fiefdom is the monarchy. If releasing fiefdoms can cause you to brick your dynasty, which it seems to be the case that it causes you to brick your dynasty, is really annoying. So we'll get a fresh dynasty when she dies. Unfortunately, we can't Subaru, nor can we, like, oh, we can join? Alright, well. I didn't realize we could just join. They all the same. How often do you mass RGO build? Not very often. I have to be really rich to want to do it. Love the content? Thank you. Doing a run with San Jiao Venice? How you liking it? Any tips? What's a good army comp for Age of Discovery? Age of Discovery, you can go like... It depends if you're using levies. If you're not using levies, I think you just want to go like lancers and cannons for like early on, and then eventually you start adding in the infantry, but the infantry are needed for assaulting right now. Apparently they're going to be changing that, but as it stands now, you need the infantry for assaulting. We're probably going to take Corona. Much to the chagrin of the guys who said, don't take anything in Italy. Or, I mean, in Spain. Rating for slaves is broken shit, yeah. I mean, pop's, like, the most important thing, so, like, turning off this, like, uber pop generation valve is just, like, not it. I think we win this. And the stack's not very healthy, so... We'll let them please get there in time. Yes. Recover up a little bit. Oh, we saved and reloaded. Womp. The peace deal that we are setting up. I wish saving the game also saved your peace deal, but that's pretty low on the priority list, I think. You can see here, like, the person who asked about the comp question. Right now, we're all cavalry and artillery. We're actually mostly artillery, even. The cavalry wins the battles, and the artillery allows us to siege. We actually maybe want to go for the throat here. We are ticking? Yeah. Oh, I wanted to ask, how can I make money off trade? Because if I collapse the price of good in my market to export profitable, don't I collapse my tax income? Yes. But, well, first of all, here's the thing is, your tax income is going to increase your expenses. They increase the cost of all your sliders. Your trade income doesn't. Unless you're paying a building-based country. So, if you collapse in that way, I think it's net positive if you have the trade volume. But the problem is you're taxing all the goods that are produced. If your trade volume's not going to be very commensurate. So yeah, you've identified an issue here. You should probably just build, as a heuristic, there's going to be some instances where the math gets to the point where this is not the case, but you should probably just build whatever generates you the most tax base rather than trying to collapse the price of a specific good, and then let your trades export the stuff that will be most profitable to export on top of that. Because eventually, if you build everything, eventually you collapse the price of everything and everything's good to trade. What's your strategy for building trade offices or overseas trading posts? I think their maintenance is too high now for them to really be worth it anymore. They added in maintenance. They didn't used to have maintenance, so they were just free gravy. But when they did the rework of how tax base worked, they made it so they cost maintenance. So they cost maintenance. They barely break even if they're break even. And then they do a rather nasty thing, a thing you don't like very much, which is they add burgers, but not just the amount of burgers to your total burger count. They're basically bugged out. They add burgers to your burgers estate, but not just the ones employed in that building, but all of the burgers in that location. The base flat amount that burghers contribute to power base is larger than the contribution you get from, like, let's say, peasants. So what this does is it slightly pulls down your crown power. It's not, like, apocalyptically bad, but, like, you're pulling down your crown power and you're breaking even on the trades. It's not very good. The reason you would want to do it is if you want to try and get trade advantage in a region and you want to patrol the seas. In order to be able to patrol the seas, it helps to have... or it helps for generating trade advantage, basically. Actually, not 100% sure if you can't patrol the seas without any presence there. But you can see we have no presence here. I don't know what happens if we just park a navy there, but I think that we don't have any gains. Well, actually, not 100% sure. Visually, it looks like you don't, but I haven't tried to do this and confirmed it. You stopped your career run because you became too large and didn't want to manage all the provinces? No, because I stopped because I was only going to play the first 50 years anyways. I don't want to play some run where I just annex all of China. Like, the rest of the, like, the difficulty of the remaining in the game is kind of trivial, and I don't think it would make for good content, and it requires a lot of clicking. So... Journal's really living this Western cowboy life with a toothpick in his mouth? Bro, I love me some toothpicks. I have flavored toothpicks. They're cinnamon flavored. Except this brand is kind of ass, but... I also have mint flavored toothpicks. I bought a shitload of toothpicks. I was like, I'm tired of not having toothpicks, dog. Mint. I do that so I mess up my camera, so that you guys can be like, General, is your camera's messed up? And then I just farm engagement. Hell yeah, brother. Let's actually check if it's messed up. It's not. Okay. Slavery seems strangely limited in some ways, like Muslims can take Christian slaves, but Mediterranean states in Italy and Iberia took Muslim slaves historically, but can't in game. Yeah, I think that, from a simulation perspective, I think it's an issue that it's tied to religion. I think that that's, like, a simulation of convenience rather than, like, it necessarily making sense. Because they want to say that the, like, Western Christian nations don't take slaves, and they're, like, they're the only religious group that doesn't have can take slaves. Or can use slaves on RGOs. That's a pretty big deal. And then Africa is the only country that can raid for slaves without a special bonus, basically. Like, Ottomans get attacked, but other than that, like, you need the capital in Africa. So, like, there's a lot of things in the game where, like... There's a simulation, or like, they want to produce an effect for the simulation, and they just go about the most expedient way of producing the effect, without producing, like, the underlying, like, sensible simulation, I guess. And I don't have a substitute, so it's hard to be very critical, but like, tying it to religion, in my mind, doesn't really make that much sense, because the Christians were... Just because they didn't have a bunch of slaves doesn't mean that they, like, had, like, a deep problem with slaves. Because they did slaves in the New World and stuff, right? And they traded for slaves traveling to the New World. So it just, like, they bought, like, the... Yeah. Are we at war with them? We are. I think that'll be enough to transport our stacks. Yeah, it will. So maybe we transfer this guy. Alright, so with just 2 locations... You can take 2 locations, some war reps, make a subject. Or release a historic subject with this. So we will be able to generate CVs on Austria. Do we want more from Austria? I really don't think so. We don't want to start generating a bunch of antagonism in the HRE either. Alright. I don't know who they're a subject of. Assume Aragon, yeah. Is there any way to stop your slaves from being exported? Manipulate prices, I guess. It's not the end of the world if they get exported. Where did my toothpick go? No! I love how flipping to Islamic as Italian for slaves, and everyone becomes dhimmi following insane crown power, allowing for insane crown power. Yeah, it's... Like, the dhimmi estate also is one of the... There's, like, so much going on with Sunni that's just so powerful. One of them is the ability to have dhimmi. Oh, I hate this. They're gonna grab it. Oh, maybe not. Just kidding. We preserved the war goal. So I guess we siege this now. But we can transfer this from Aragon. Oh, that means we have to separate piece Aragon, though. Which I don't think they're gonna be into. Oh, they sieged it? Son of a bizzle. Show them the iron price. Okay, it's 9 antag there. Did we convert Pisa? We did. And they also have the harbor we want for Siena. So this works out. We do want to annex that guy in a timely fashion, so... I believe we have to own Italy itself. Oh, we need a lot more locations. Can't wait for auto balance unit to come out. That's gonna be super nice. Thank you for the tips. The conversion breaking literacy is a bit of a pain, but I like the absurd moments of dev and prosperity San Giao gets. Next run will be Sunni Florence. Max tags to me. Yeah, the be sweet if you could make your own religion. That's like really a CK type thing though, right? Trade offices also takes your literacy. Oh yeah, because you get all the literacy of those idiots. Yeah. You're so right, bestie. Yeah, trade offices are just like super... If they weren't like bugged, they wouldn't be like that bad, but like with the bug, like where it gives you all of their burgers, that's like... You're really not into that. Because it's not like you get to the tax base of the location or whatever or something like this. Doing Naples right now, I'm 50 years further and I make a fraction of your income? Womp womp. To be fair, I think we have the increased taxes. Oh no, we don't have increased taxes. Just kidding. We're gonna need to take a moment to build some stuff. Thank you for the Prime subscription, Scran the Man. Wow, we've gotten so many subs today. Holy shit. So you're teaching people how to play Korea in a way you don't think is fun? You annex most of China? Proof concept that Korea... I've made the claim that Korea is the strongest, or one of the strongest starts. I'm trying to demonstrate the theory. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to manage all of China. You know? What happened here? Is there another fort? What's going on? Some dude just landed here and then peaced out? God, that's obnoxious. So I don't think that we can... Yeah, we can't make, them a vassal using Milan's war score in Milan. So if we really wanted to get Calgary, we would have to take it. We can release Torres as a subject and take that from them. But like, the thing to take is this. And then not even all of it, just like this. To generate CBs. It'll be a compromise. The person who told us, hey, don't take land there, we will take land, but just the tip. Oh, we don't want to give them everything, because these guys will generate CBs for us if we don't finish their stuff. We are wanting to transfer that, though. Brescia's maybe one that's reasonable. I guess we're gonna fight them again. We should give them the bull. So that's gonna be Cremona released. Give them the bowl cut. Okay, yeah. Because they're like, oh, we can trace our proximity over up through there. Oh, dude, this is nasty. They're gonna have no proximity anywhere. Ugh. Disgusting. Levante gets mad. Are they our subject? They will be. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, brother, what's that? Can't do that. Oh, they lost this mid-war. This is something we wanted to take. Alright, fair enough. I guess we take stuff on the exterior. Montferrat has cores, right? So we can do that. This peace deal is gonna be disgusting. We don't mind feeding this to Genoa. Genoa's still gonna have claims where exactly? So if we feed this to Genoa, we'll lose our ability to get claims on this stuff, but I kind of am okay feeding them that. We're gonna have to close some accounts somewhere. In terms of, we have like 5 people generating claims, it's okay if we lose some of them. Especially because we're opening up another one here in Cremona. So, maybe we take this for the rest of Alessandria. And this is the peace deal we go for. Peruzzi doesn't like this. Alright. The banks are like the absolute bane of my existence. They're so annoying. Yeah. I don't know how Bohemia never exploded in the Hussite situation. I think that will be addressed at some point. I hear you about maintenance on trade offices postage. Is it true that they also take your pops to work them? I think they like import the pops, yeah. If you don't use, they either import or convert. You get a ton of pops there that are of your culture. How are you getting trade from markets you don't own? Not sure what you mean, trade advantage or trade capacity. Trade capacity, you can force them to give it to you if you become economic edge. Just sniping the market capital is really effective. So you can see here we control Geneva and we control Venice, and we have a lot of trade capacity there just having basically those 2 locations. But also it smooths everything out with your subjects. Okay. Can you just do your own thing, man? You can't sit with us. We could land them, I guess. I think we just want to get the truce faster here. Okay. So this is what we want. We could even nab someone up there. It's gonna give us HRE antagonism if we do something sleazy up there, though. Sleazy, he was the 8th dwarf. Never played Sunni. What are the dhimmis? You get an additional estate called the dhimmi, which gives you like tolerance of heathens and other really nice stuff. Non-true faith within your... It's not non-true faith because it excludes like folk religions. I'm not sure all the religions that trigger dhimmi and which ones don't, but as Mali, you need to import Christian slaves to spawn the dhimmi, for example. Sunni feels so strong for how much research you could stack once you figure things out. Jurisprudence, liturgical language is always strong. Yeah. Was catching up on YouTube and had ads every 5 minutes. Try watching while working. YouTube having more ads? Bro just called Calgary, Calgary. I don't see the problem here. I don't see a problem here. Yeah. Tarkus only uses powers for evil, true. True if big. What are we supposed to take here, man? Well, I think Parma still has claim generation. Let's actually see if these guys do have claim generation, so it's meaningful. Montferrat. We could finish off what they have. Halish, we're approaching 50. We could actually just improve relations with them. Albenga we are, but we're subjugating them. Just a little bit too far. Yeah, I think we just take something like this and then take the bag. And then they'll be in shambles anyways. Right? Ah. Well, that's Ferrara that has all that. Is Bologna a subject of Ferrara? Well, Ferrara has the rest of this province. I guess we'll feed it to Ferrara, let Ferrara annex it. This is Florence, yeah. Okay. Let's double check that we have the cabinet member working. Diplo rep we do. Okay, so we have a bunch of not chord stuff. Create subjects. Playmaker would be so sad if he was here. He's like, there's too many subjects. Why can't you just take the land yourself? I don't think I was supposed to release that one. I think I was supposed to release the other one. It's fine though. There's Catalonia. And then... I do agree with Playmaker, it's too strong though. and we will let the gods decide if they be fiefdom or vassal today. Alright, so this is Paul Allen's. This is Paul Allen's, what is it, proximity map mode? And this is Patrick Bateman's proximity map mode. Any minute now. You can update it, it's not against the rules. There we go. They've been bucketed. Oh, gave them the bucket. I know I love managing locations, but at some point when you have too many, it becomes a chore. Yeah, if they improve the UX, it would help for locations. The UX is so much better than it used to be. This is like... One of the things I was like most rah about was click reduction in terms of micromanaging stuff. When I was invited to give UI feedback. Okay. But now we have gobs of cash and should probably focus internally a little bit. The significance here, by the way, is that, where is it? Control impact on war score. Am I just blind, or is it just... Yeah, so this decreases the war score cost when they have low control, and that's why we care about putting them in the bucket. Also, it just makes them weak, so this will be a really easy war next time, because they only have like 5 control for their entire nation. Let's catch up on chat a little bit. Being able to toggle map modes without being able to sue for peace screen would be good QOL. It would be. It bugs map mode when you're in. When you flip peace deal, you have to flip it off and back onto it. Feel like I'm not remembering. Have you thought about doing a playthrough as Persia? Gonna wait for 1.1 to do a Persia playthrough, I think. Dhimmi should only be Christians, Jews, and people of the book. Yeah, but they have it like a Zimmi version for India, but then like China, they also count as Dhimmi. I don't know. I think it's but even then, like the Dhimmi giving an estate is like kind of a little bit of a weirdness. You can also so if we wanted to, we could make we could get a Dhimmi estate. We could get a Dhimmi estate by building one overseas trading post in a place that's Muslim. Mashallah, we would get the Dhimmi. Unless they fix this. Isn't Halish over here? Yeah, they're already mad at us. Right in the bucket. Is it worth it for Iberia Castile to go Sunni and stack tolerance instead of converting so you don't lose literacy? Well, I think you probably want to keep everyone Dhimmi, so it's worth it to not convert because economically speaking, you make more money if you don't convert. The uncomfortable truth. I think we're paying for max Diplo. What are we... Do we have anyone over 200? We don't. Yikes. I think the mod to build towns and cities in the building map mode should be in the game. The mod to build towns and cities in the building map mode. Oh, maybe like when you're in here? Or something? General Zone of Mechanicus dog shit? Bro, in its early access it was fossilized dog shit. And not now they serve it fresh, yeah. This is big true. I'm just saying the game's come a long way. The Tarkus is right here, though. He's correct. I'm just like salivating over the fact that it's like not worse. Just like it's weird hearing someone complain about something when you're like, oh, bro, this is a nice and improved feature. You know what I mean? Like, all right, we have so much gold. What are we gonna do here? I feel it's been like 2 days since we played, but I feel like it's been forever because I spent forever in the hellhole of the run of. Okay, I think we could downgrade this. I think we're fine. I think we're punting it. Okay. So we have wool here. We already are doing that there, but we also have a lum, and this is reasonably profitable. We have heuristics for this dish. Alright, what's the most profitable? Tools, then paper, then books. Alright, tools, paper, books. Where do we want tools? Obviously where the iron is. But I think we've already maxed out the tools there. Tools? Tools, yeah. So, I think that this is actually a good enough province that we want to urbanize the lumber. And maybe we urbanize the cotton. I think we de-urbanize this. But it's got so many pops, man. And while we like cotton, we can import cotton and stuff from the New World. It's not that big a deal. It's going to be reasonably high control, and it has... Okay, yeah. It's also one of the best... Yeah, okay. So we will upgrade this to a town. I think that we... I want to do it with the lumber as well. Let's leave it for now. Salt. We want to upgrade salt eventually. Salt is like super uber trash RGO. Not that it never makes money, but you can get more salt from the resource mining things. So like, I usually want to upgrade it. All right, let's upgrade this. All right. God, that's a lot of pops. How much are we making from the Papermakers Guild is more profitable there because we don't have rag paper yet. After rag paper, it's not going to be an ideal place to build it. Build naval supplies, auto expand, but it's not doing too well. So this province, I think we want to make paper out of, just in general. So this place doesn't have paper, but it's already got 4 industries, so we won't add one in. That one has paper. This place, we just got urbanized. Got it. Let's make it auto-expand out paper. Do we have a road there? I'm not sure. We do. We have roads everywhere, right? Except we just annexed Siena. Roads here? No, we don't. Alright. Here to here. Here to here. Okay, you have that. How much control? Not a lot. It is generating decent money, so we'll put that on auto expand. We need a dock and a thing here. Okay. And we are going to slowly want to urbanize up wine, just in general. But it doesn't have much pop there. Such a pop desert, man. I mean, there's a chunk of pops here. It's salt. Is it in a province that we want? Yeah, I mean, it's in a big province that has, like, good inputs. Alright, I guess we'll urbanize this. Do that so that's gotten rid of, so that we can see what we can do here about building market village to preserve the burger literacy. I wonder if it's actually worth it to upgrade cities just to get the library to get the burger literacy up and then just downgrade them to market villages. God, I hate that if that's a play pattern. Exclam Discord. Oh no. I don't think I need to put that. I need to put that command in. That's actually, I'm gonna write that down. We're gonna do that on Sunday. Dimmy could be whoever in the people in power decide on Dimmy. Yeah, there should be like a mechanic for Dimmy. I don't know. Just getting an extra free estate. Like, we actually are like huge leaking by not having fought someone down here for tribesmen somewhere. It's a huge leak. Once we get tribesmen, we'll be actually in much better shape. Because we'll be able to get an additional, like, 10 prosperity. Like, the prosperity scaling off of that is, like, weird. Apple Class, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. My baby is gonna say something, so I'll let her smack the keyboard. Big nice. I agree with baby. Alright, I guess we're kind of looking at... Paper's good for us right now. This place is producing paper, and also it has 100,000 pops, so I think us upgrading it to a city is maybe reasonable here. It's a big sink for us in terms of some of that stuff. But we still haven't added a place with books. So I think we need, like, books and paper. Us expanding this will help. Salerno's got wool. I guess I could add one more thing to Salerno, right? Let's add the books. Okay. Let's do this. I think we might shift click here, guys. And call it a day. A couple little adjustments, actually. We're gonna add more food in a few spots. Because we actually see that we're low on food. We are adding a bunch of food over here, but... we just care a little bit about there being food. And I think this will be pretty solid. We also probably want to add market villages in some spots. Alright. Let's do this, and then in here. And send this guy back to Salerno. Does simulation also breaks the literacy like conversion? Yeah, anytime you make a new group of pops, it breaks it. What's called upgrade location from macro builder. Interesting. There's a link in the description of the YouTube videos. Took me a while to find too. Yeah, I should just have it like on the as a Twitch command though. I'm not. So for a long time, Twitch has just been kind of like a background thing in terms of the amount of viewers I get relative to YouTube, but now it's actually a pretty big chunk, at least for streams. Really wish that prosperity got reworked with something that scales with how well off people are instead of relying on laws and privileges. I think I agree with you. Yeah, I think we're kind of just cruising now. About to have my third child within a month. It's gonna be a third child within the month, not within a month. I was like, Jesus, dude, you're pumping them out. Holy. Don't let the baby cry if you can help it. It can lead to development issues for the baby. Interesting. She's learning from generals to EU5 metas already. I hope you're not showing her any spreadsheets. That would make you a horrible parent. You can't show a child look like that. Under the tender age of 38? Absolutely not. So we do have to keep an eye on the food. I think we want at least like 1k, because we're not going to pay attention to it all the time. Plus 1k would be nice. Let's actually keep it a bit of a closer eye on the masonry in the main market. Plus 7 on the masonry. Plus 30 lumber. Do we turn off our furniture? Let's do that, just in case we did. It's interesting if you have closed buildings, it's still you still get all the pop promotions or the promotion capacity. I don't know why I'm looking for a crown character. I know we don't have one. God. There's a link section in Twitch. I thought there was, but like it should still be easier to find. Hey, Tarek, though. Prosperity is way too decentralization slanted. No reason for that specific connection. Oh, you mean with, like, all the... Well, like, I thought I was kind of okay with it. When centralization was meta, like, you having to choose between prosperity or central... Yeah. All the good privileges that give either centralization or decentralization, or almost all of them, are decentralization oriented. So as soon as they make it even remotely close, it just like opened the floodgates. But it's actually just subject expansion is too strong to like not want to do that. Yeah, this is gonna end up being a decent chunk of food. It's a beautiful thing. Oh god, Bohemia looks freaking cooler than us. I don't know it's a joke, but Y38 is not a joke. It's not a joke. She's chilling with me most of the time. Wife would probably spoiled it too much. Yeah. That's why you have another one, so you can spoil the first one and then realize what you did wrong and then not spoil the second one. Eyo. I don't know where I'm going with that. I guess we could start adding infantry a little bit here. We want them all in the middle. We don't really need anyone for war, though, at this point. Wait, when did Hungary get... Oh, we have our settings funny. We had our settings for a screenshot for Korea. Let's change them back. I don't like use Overlord's name. See, I'd rather show Kosovo. You need a full diplomat, but... Why is Halish the most pissed? I guess maybe that's the next war. Let's add 5 barks or so. That way we can just split it in half and leave a 20 stack here or something. But why is it 38? 38 is the median age in the United States. And so the original reason I chose it was so that half of all people would be small children. Yeah. Too much time indoors is why everyone needs glasses. Spreadsheet flashbangs are necessary for modern child development. I don't know. That's I just that sounds like a wildly perverse theory. Ridiculous. That's interesting though. Flashbangs causing need for glasses. I wonder if we'll see like no flashbang setting, like we see colorblind mode. Alright. So, let's kick things off here. This is a nice little silk lumber province. So what can we do? And then this is... got iron. That was the main idea here. We wanted to make more tools. Lumber is going to be good for paper, so I guess we make paper here. Nice. Rather than going through the menus, just waiting for the burgers to appear here with the pop promotions. This is tin and lead. Are those two both inputs for... I think this is also a different market, yeah. I think they're both inputs for naval supplies, right? No, just the tin. Really small amount of tin, too. God, tin's so useless as an input. I guess the gunsmith's probably okay. 0.1 lead. Not the best, but it's probably okay. They should add integration speed modifier to centralization to make it good. Yeah, I think that integrating subjects should just generally probably be harder, or take longer, or something like this. Or be more expensive. I'm open to it costing a cabinet action. And being faster. Because a cabinet action is a very significant resource. And what you get, you effectively get free cabinet actions with subjects. Like, let's find one of these guys. See, these guys, they're using dev province. That's a free cabinet action. Free cabinet action. You know, free cabinet action. Free cabinet action. free cabinet action. Is debt promise very good? No, but when you multiply it times however many that is, it starts to look pretty good. We need... no, we won't need another bit for more maritime. Are we doing this through the ocean, or how? We are getting proximity through the ocean, okay. We're gonna make a bunch of boats. I feel like proximity bonus on centralization already makes it really hard to pass up. Even though I have a bunch of subjects. That's rough. Then you're not getting prosperity, right? I don't know. One thing is also your subjects you make, also you feed them your stuff, so you're feeding your subjects centralization. And centralization, like, proximity is, like, a much worse modifier when you're small. Like, proximity modifier is, like, kind of dead for an OPM. Why are you allowed to look at and create spreadsheets when you yourself aren't even 38? I do it with my eyes closed. Yeah. This is the way. The thing about decentralization being strong now is that a lot of the benefits are hidden. Subjects get free cabinet actions, lots of subjects to maximize this equals you're decentralized. Yeah. The other thing is, like, I like pretty strongly feel like you shouldn't get free cores just because your subject had a core. For me this is like so subject expansion's like still really good without this, but then you still have to play the minigame of like, oh, I gotta accept these guys, I gotta tolerate cultures or this type of thing, and it's like you just get to stone ignore it in those other instances. Speaking of, I think we want to flip. No, we don't have enough. We don't have enough juice here, but the fact that we get cores off these guys is like kind of silly. Actually, so that was integrated, but because this guy has the right culture, it's now cored. When we integrate this guy, we will have turned that into a core without needing to accept the culture or culture convert. So like it saves us a ton more cabinet actions too. We will just use the culture conversion cabinet action over there, though. $3.6 milli. Is audio cutting out for you guys? Uh-oh. I always remember people who remind people of the bang part of the flashbang, which is extremely loud noise that completely disorients you. Yeah. You don't get that as much. Oh no, we're in interregnum. Thank God this person actually is part of a dynasty, though. Alright, so we don't actually have an heir, so it's not a real interregnum. Yeah. But we will have her take the throne. Because this gets rid of penalties. It's kind of annoying. She has children. Locations in Potty. Thank God. What is our... Do we have a bricked... Salic law is what we currently have. Alright. We could do favored son succession. God, this is so stupid. You just get, like, super bricked out. I think that, like, honestly... I think it's not worth the 50 stab, considering we're trying to swap onto theocracy because of this, like, nonsense. Forgot to flip her religion. Not like this. Alright, let's detach the light ships. Just kidding. I think we'll only need 15 here, so we'll do that. And then... let's make another 15 stack here. We could have just split it in half twice. Terrible. And then... let's do this. How are we doing on this front? We're doing alright. We're gaining 1.76, so we will soon have decent proximity up here. And then these guys will guarantee the proximity up here. Gaining at a solid clip. Annexation of this is about to go through. Brum, 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 brum. Tin and copper tool production method, no? Yeah, but it doesn't use that much tin, does it? It's like mainly copper. Yeah, it's 0.04 tin. There's like, and it's because it's not, it's proportional, so with copper you get a solid bonus on that, but not with the tin. They're making it have diplo cost of 1.1 to annex. I haven't seen this. Maybe they are. Integration isn't free though. It's close to free. I mean, like, the Diplo as a resource is much less precious than other stuff. Recommendation for rights of the burghers law? Depends if you're pushing plutocracy or not. The one that gives you production efficiency is probably better if you're not. If you are pushing plutocracy, you need to have a guy in cabinet at all times who's a plutocrat. So you have to put a burgher in cabinet, that is. So it depends. But here, let's show the law he's asking about for the rest of everyone else to be able to take a look at. He's asking about rights of the burgher. Strong guilds, I think, if you are trying to push plutocracy, you want to have burghers in cabinet, so you can't shut them off, and so I think that this is going to be the best one. And then, if you have already gotten however much plutocratic push you want, or you're not trying to push plutocracy, then I think curtail the burghers is probably best, because 10% max tax is really good. Is it better to force slaves conversion or allow religion? It depends on if you're trying to push spiritualist or not. Just to, like, in the abstract, which one's better? I kind of like allowing them to convert, because you take a bunch of slaves, and then you oversaturate areas with slaves. And then them becoming not slaves is beneficial. Is there any benefit to getting maritime presence in overseas colonies when you already have all the trade advantage in the market? Not really. Not as far as I know. When journalist closes his mouth, you know he's gonna say something. Big true. Also a mouth breather, so there's that. Nice. Ooh, also, we're annexing this guy, right? I think we don't want this coal urbanized, or this wool rather urbanized, so we'll get rid of that. I think we don't want the alum urbanized. Pisa has a really good harbor, so we will tolerate it being urbanized. But that'll speed up the annexation there. Oh, looks like we had promote loyalty on them. Oh, interesting. Do we not have... What? Pretty sure we accept Greek. Ah, but they were Frankian. Got it. That makes sense. And then we flipped them Neapolitan because we didn't want that ish. Okay, that makes sense. Makes sense. Wait, did I see... Okay. Thought I saw, like, Venice. We'll get some improved relations going on these guys. Yeah, then all this cores up. Perfect. What market is this? This is half Naples market. Alright. Just kind of trying to... Well, it's probably going to be better through here, no? Long term? You know we have our price collapses here. We're looking to just get a couple roads down to... All of this is gonna feed into the saltpeter, no? And then these, if we connect them, you'll get some more dev growth. This could go to the fruits. They're both just gonna come in off the coast. This can go to the fish. Just kidding, it'll go here. I don't know if we have the prices prepped in the Constantinople market though. We do not, a little bit. So now we can start building some of this stuff in our territory. So let's do that. We're probably gonna need to spam it pretty hard. That'll get that in place, and then looking for stone. And clay for the masonry. I think that'll be somewhat useful. The AI likes to build these things too, though, so maybe... It's above cost, so it's not good, not ideal. And then... I don't think we have a presence in the coast sea over here. So we will want to do that at some point. We have time for a Bulgaria war. We just don't have the diplomats. But look how much it makes. I'm trying to figure out a high prod efficiency trad economy that makes take advantage of the tin plus copper. But like nothing uses tin in large amounts. You just need tin, just small amounts. Gotta agree on theocracy being cracked as fuck. Got Moscow run going where I'm actually 90% max tax on clergy and all normal modifiers amount to clerics. Yeah. Yeah. Makes my streamer pop suffer from the loud engine car outside. Big true. We suffer in silence, except we're actually quite loud about it. Did we have... We might have had someone who had claims on Candia. What's this eyesore? I think we flipped this guy to our culture or something. Just annex him way down the line. Because he's a funky culture, he's not Greek. He's Catalan. Neopatria as well. So it's not a very straightforward thing for us. We could also just be chill and not just wreck Bulgaria. Oh, I just did something stupid. We already had a 15 stack in place for when we leave. We'll just take some more men-at-arms here. We'll add another 600. I don't think these guys can just walk across, they cannot. One too many. I think the 2k stack's enough to handle anything Bulgaria throws at us, and we have enough subjects to overwhelm them anyway. So we'll just get into position to declare our war. We receive so much diplo in the game, we don't even have to pay for it. Wait, what? That's maybe another thing, is maybe diplomat, like, maybe diplomats should, like, scale differently as well. There's a lot of stuff that just scales like in abstracted ways that I'd rather see tied to trade goods. Like, that's one thing I really like about Vic 3 is everything's tied to trade goods. There's not just like random. I mean, there is random stuff where you have like free money modifiers and free money destruction and this type of stuff, but it's not like pervasive across the entire like thing. We want Hungary to also get a truce with this guy. Muscovy's like landlocked here. Ooh, Lithuania's popping off. Is that a professional army? No, those are... yeah, okay. Like, what? I think this guy was a crown character. I guess we can fire him now. What's the other option? Yeah. We'll do the burger guy instead. Actually, we can get some crown power, it looks like. Finally, some good news. We get some crown power. Until she dies, which is like tomorrow because she's in our 60s. Well, that 23 will go to like 26 or 27, and then it'll fall when she falls. Oh, 28. Even better. Is there a reason to promote heads of characters that are not crown characters? Yeah, it gives you a little bit more juice. So, specifically ones that are pushing values. We could have, to just get you that little bit of extra distance on values, it can be worth. They get an extra 25% cabinet efficiency for being crown characters. Thoughts on shrimp? Big fan of shrimp tempura and sushi. Huge fan of it. I'm hungry right now. $13.43, you already have 3 million people. How do you stack the pop growth in Italy? It's how to get the food there. Being sensitive to the issues of our time. You have to stack like food percentage modifiers, local food production, with like flat food production in a lot of places. So it's anything that's like 8 food. You have to be a little bit careful about urbanizing, and then everything that's 8 food, building farming villages and sheep farms to the max is probably pretty good. So, like, we might not urbanize this, even though it's 30k pops, because we understand that it's going to be a really big source of food in the long term, especially as we urbanize more and more. But with the cows specifically, like, you generally pushing a lot of this. So if we look at the food productivity percentage, you can kind of see those bright spots where we have stacked quite a bit of it, and where we have a lot of percentage stacked, we also have a lot of flat stacked, and we're barely like net positive on the food. We're only plus 400. But yeah, I agree the Naples market presents issues of that nature. Because it lacks rivers and lakes. Like, just this entire, like... This is the food hell zone. Also including central Italy, because they don't have a lot of food RGOs. But, like, this is the place where food sucks. Probably downgrade that, actually. When it comes time to urbanize them. Wow, we're halfway there. Is this guy Bulgarian? Wallachian. Serbia is our subject, right? Yeah. We do need to improve relations with all these guys. Man. Can't wait until we get the extra diplomat cabinet action. That's such a strong cabinet action. Pretty sure Frankian is pronounced Frosian? 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 You sure it's not Frankian? Sure it's Frosian? You have 2 million gold? No, we don't. This is 2.3k. We have a mod that adds extra decimals for when we get over 1 million gold. because otherwise you don't get decimals over 1 million gold. You also have to increase the cap to be able to go over 1 million gold, but... Woo. Wow, we've gotten that event so many times, that's just giving us, like... I think that's our only eligible location that we have that can get the, like, Muslim trading province, but, like, it's really ramping up the dev here. I don't think we have any proximity there. I don't think we're close to getting proximity there either. Start building up there, I guess. In terms of the juice. It's actually just a full annex. Considering the age is about to turn and we're about to take way more antagonism for stuff, this actually just might be full annex or subjugate. They're maybe subjugatable. Kind of a race against the clock. It's probably full annexable. They're honestly a subject that would take forever to annex though, so... Claims from our Bino. Alright, fair enough. We also have to be careful about Hungary taking territory, I guess. Not wanting to fork it over. We can flip it to... I hate that you can't flip it to yourself. Yeah, then you flip it to someone else and they flip it to you. Yeah, but unfortunately they actually want that, so they occupy and then hold it. So I think that we definitely want to resolve this war before the age turns, though. Before we get any hegemons. Alright, but the age is about to turn. If there's any tech in tier 2 we want to do it now. I find that we often get construction speed, so let's just do that. And then we're gonna need to grab something else. First strike's really not that great, but noble satisfaction recovery, kind of into that. I'm guessing we're not gonna find. I mean, we do want slave center. We want recruitment law eventually, but it's not a priority at all. Entrepot probably worth getting at a certain point, and we might be at that point. Promotion speed is nice-ish. Encourage urbanization's biggest use is probably getting rid of those pesky tribesmen. Early Carrick lets us fight for naval hedge, but if we don't have rivals, I don't think we actually want to fight for naval hegemon. I guess culture capacity is not bad. Neither is stone output. God, investing in that just to get stone output feels bad though. Alright. Those will be our attacks. It looks like Hungary forked over the territory. We don't want Naples getting any more. Alright. Salerno it is. Naval infrastructure, or we could intentionally fail dev the interior. I think we like naval infrastructure for the dev though, so. Well, I was hoping to roll the one that would allow us to push Spiritualists the rest of the way, but it is what it is. We have to pass this. We are trying to push communalism, so I guess we're gonna do this. Republic of Pisa, I think we're actually annexing or improving opinion with, or both. So this doesn't really do anything, because they're gonna be off the map soon. So I think that's probably our parliament. Because we don't want to click the individualist button. We could to try and uncover stuff underneath it, I guess. Actually, you know what? We want to peel to see if we get spiritualists underneath. We don't. I was looking for a spiritualist pip. Unfortunately, we do not have enough spiritualist trend. Or if we get an opportunity to push spiritualists with the plus 50, plus 0.5 cabinet action, I don't even think we're going to get to 80, 95 to be able to swap theocracy. Do you know military order gives the order the dragon? I do not. Hey, Rock and Roll Jew, how's it going? You also get a little bonus loyalty to the head of cabinet estate. Oh. I didn't even know that. Why 9 farming villages, but only 4 out of 12 levels of livestock? Because we put the farming village on auto-expand. So it'll adjust to the level of pops there. And imprecision, definitely. Definitely not precise, but that is why. That is the reason. So you never urbanize wheat and livestock? I'll just adjust some play patterns. I wouldn't say never on the wheat, but like... Try to think... I don't think we have any... In the Naples market, I don't think we have any livestock urbanized, and I don't think we have plans to urbanize any of it. Also keeping the wool rural as well, for similar reasons, but that is also adding farming villages and stuff. The RGO on wool is pretty good. But you can see this has been expanded out as well. Also gives local food capacity, which gives pop growth, so. Like, that is an upside here. Even if it's not generating as much food as possible, the large food storage in province, this 0.08, is mainly coming from this farm, the farmlands, actually. And we also made sure to subsidize them. But yeah, if you do that with a lot of the wheat, you'll be in good shape. This wheat, for example, though, we urbanized. I think we're not really getting deeper collapses on that stuff, so... Could urbanize this. Kind of want to let them build the things for us. The temples and stuff. The clergy estate likes building those. They build schools too, but I feel like not as much as they should. This is going to create demand for paper and books, which currently is like the portion of the economy we're kind of trying to spin up. We urbanized the salt, and I don't think we did anything with it. Yeah, we didn't. This is livestock, and then also the wool, so probably regular cloth production. Yeah. Not gonna be the best for a while though. They just, yeah, lack also the naval infrastructure. I feel like you just go infinite on sailors after a certain point. There's also like a feedback loop because the sailors buy you the sailors buy the maritime presence, and then the maritime presence increases control, which like feeds back to more sailors. Did we not explore this, or are we still exploring it? Oh, we're about to finish it? Alright, fair. Which is good. Timing's right there. Because this will allow us to spawn it. I do believe. We probably should split this guy up into 2 stacks, actually. I don't think our 1K loses to their idiot levies, so... Isn't that the guy we just sent to explore? I guess he can lead the army until the exploration starts? That's kind of weird. I guess we feed the bar-led guy that stuff. Make a new subject there. Trying to see if this is going to come down enough. Once we get all the castles and stuff, forts. There's the Azores. Already completed. I love that they don't make a market every time now. Like it used to. But this makes us eligible for spawning. Let's do that as well. Coming up on the end of our conciliatory push here as well. That might be it for our pushes. Kind of nice timing. I looked it up and it's Francian is definitely S sound, not a K. No, I believe you. I'm like mildly trolling. Usually when people correct me on pronunciations, either they're right or I'm really, really confident that they're wrong. Does stone output go into stone quarry building? Yes. Also, I think it affects... I'm not sure if it affects the stone you get naturally from development. Basically, never take anything over naval infrastructure. Yeah, naval infrastructure is interesting because develop the interior isn't anywhere near as good for giving you just a bunch of random dev all over the place. What's this chicken thing about? Army morale? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Cool. Cool. Just had 2 awful characters in a row as our leader. Can't wait to not be doing this anymore. Although right now, we would prefer to be able to push up the Spiritualist to naval infrastructure, just so we can flip off of this madness. Could flip people to our religions too. Our religion. We did that over here. We just want to make sure we keep the ball rolling. Don't you have to be Greek culture to form Byzantium? We weren't planning on it? We're planning on going Italy. I suppose we could go Byzantium afterwards. Are you winning? We are. The car is the car loud outside? I rest my case. Do I care about control with breadbasket profits? Nope. You do not care about control at all. So, generally speaking, if all other things equal, the external portions of your market, you prefer those to be breadbasket. So you urbanize closer to the market center. Why do you say always urbanize salt? Because your salt, you just like don't really run out of it, and even if you do, you have a salt collector building. So it's not, it's an RGO that, okay, it's got a decent base price, but the price usually collapses, and if it doesn't, you can build the salt builder. So, but it's usually cheap. I think there's a bug with upgraded turtle ship as Korea. Its upkeep cost is minus 35 sailors, which isn't anywhere near other ships. Do you think Jainism is good? The 0.03 monthly literacy looks so nice. There's like one reason why Jainism is really bad. I can't remember what it is though. .03 literacy is nice though. With Shinto you get 0.05 with pretty consistent upkeep. I think it's yeah. Pareto with 45 dev, I think that's more than today's Pareto. Womp womp. Womp womp. Yeah, ton of dev in Italy overall. It helps turning all these guys into OPMs with dev province. Would help a lot if we were a different religion. We have so much religious influence and like nothing to use it on. Oh! Oh! It pushes spiritualist up. Alright. My sweet Jesus. We don't have enough, anywhere near enough to do it again, but... Now we're literal any event away. We all know Byzantium's the cooler Italy. To be fair, we could go... Byzantium's tier 4, so we could do, I think, Italy into Byzantium. Sorry, stupid question, but what does being near market capital mean? So Naples is the market capital. Market access doesn't matter for food. It matters for production, so all other things equal, you'd prefer to have your production closest to this, and your food at the edges. My sweet Jesus. Let me click it again, please. Got it. 100 for... The interaction for Waldensian sucks. I want to be able to, like, do more stuff with my cleric juice than that. This is getting cheaper. $155 antag though. Actually, but does anyone care? Who cares though? Yeah, the next person's 83. That's Halish, and then Milan goes up to 60. But they're mad about other stuff. North Munitia. Are these a subject of Hungary? Okay. So we don't really care. And then Peruzzi, and then just like nobody cares. Volhynia cares, but it's not like we're gonna be naughty in this area for like a while. Yeah, I think we're actually just supposed to full annex them. Full annex them just because the subjects we release are much better chunked size-wise. I don't know if we will have enough war score to full annex though. Sweet cheeses? Yeah, we're Italian. Mamma mia. You know what's a sweet cheese? Parmesan. The macros are so good. It's like pure protein. We do like me some cleric juice. For food production, I noticed there's a bunch of penalties. Buying food per province basis. How's the even if the market has lots, how important is bread basket per province? Do you think? I think it's relatively low importance, unless you're splitting a market with someone. But it's only important if you're splitting markets with people, which I think is like something you maybe try to avoid if possible. Alright, we gotta start annexing another boyo, because we have to have at least one going. Upper Macedonia, I think we... we flipped Neapolitan for whatever reason. We're not gonna have control there, though. Ferrara makes some sense, actually. So was Florence. What was this? Ferrara's kind of big though. Maybe we just do Urbino, just a little conservative bink. I think in our head we want to do, if they're like kind of further north, flip their culture. I think we're going to flip Ferrara's as well. So Ferrara's going to have some work to do. But that's going to help us to annex them faster as well. These guys I think are high priority to annex. We just don't have good enough relations with them yet. Let's bring this up. Let the 15 stack take care of that itself, because that's a really low priority. He's, mamma mia. Alright, so... make sure we have a road. Yeah, we got roads. Alright. Lead's kind of okay urbanized. Here, I think we're going to want to make this. And then here, it's just a concession to the fact that we can't not do it. The natural harbor there is too good to not have it urbanized, even though it's silk, I think. I think we are pushing a pretty good amount of... I think we could click one of these. and just add a whole bunch of those. And then come in and max out, or actually look for stone and clay provinces. We might be out of them. Alright, so we do have clay down here. Let's get this on auto expand. As well. We have a subject, we do Spoleto. We will do some of that. I think that's within, it's not entirely within the market, but we don't really mind adding some extra masonry up in the north as well. It's a pretty big spend for us, give us a little bit more pop growth. I think we can upgrade this too. Actually, this upgrade is going to give us the most pop growth. Let's do that. And this is also like really high control anyways. And this will also let us push the stuff faster. I think I like that overall. We don't have granaries turned off, do we? Oh, we're like doubling the amount of granaries? Alright. $129. Oh, Jesus. We will be able to just subjugate them. We can take almost everything. I think full annex exceeds 100 war score. Yeah, but every time we occupy a fort, it decreases the cost of areas. A lot of them are more expensive because there's a unoccupied fort in the region. So once we full occupy them, it'll be cheaper. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it gets us there. I'm not sure if it's enough. There's the age tick, which was gonna make everything cheaper. But that's gonna make everything more antagonism. The war score is gonna, lack of control is gonna make stuff cheaper. Alright. Let's try and remember, it's been a hot second. I think we care about the conversion speed. And we want it because we eventually want to go plutocracy. And we're not going to have a lot of flat conversion speed, so I think we're going to go for this. It's nice also getting the two sources of decreased building cost. I actually think that's a pretty fine modifier. But the flat conversion's like something that's just generally really hard to come by. We get another 10 in next age, but I don't think Quest for the New World offers up enough. And this is the age where, like, it's all boats. Boats. To be fair, the extra trade range is pretty nice, but... it's slightly better for colonization. We also do like the trade range used overseas. We're gonna go admin. This is like all boat stuff. Now, I'm pretty sure we're gonna, for those of you who don't know, if you hover the percentage, you can see what the rules are for spawning it. I do believe we have, yeah, a very solid chance of spawning the New World, which is nice. Is this our city? 2 Sicilies. 2 Sicilies. 2 Sicilies. Yeah, this is because we've discovered the thing. They have, I guess we have like maybe a 5 to 10% chance of not spawning it. And then printing press... we also are very good shape for spawning in. It's based on, like, literacy times pops or something like this. Total chance value of the candidates. Total literacy of pops. Yeah, it's the total combined literacy of all your pops. So you have high literacy. It's going to be good for that. We're not eligible to spawn pike and shot because we have to be land focused, if I recall correctly. Yeah, you have to be land focused, we're naval focused. So we're very likely to get printing press and New World. Hopefully we don't spawn in Constantinople, that's kind of annoying if we do, but... See, that's an example of something that just deletes money. It doesn't, like, say, okay, you have to buy weapons for your nobles or luxury goods for your nobles for, like, 5 months. That would be such a better implementation. Like, if someone were to make, like, a grounded economics mod, things like that, where it just randomly punts money, would be, like, it creates demand in your market, like, decaying over a period of time. I love Parm too, yeah. Is the Star Wars song? It is not. Are you a fan of Hoi? Hoya? I don't dislike Hoi. I just think that there's too much knowledge. I don't think I could do content for Hoi, so like I don't really play it. I also don't own all the DLC, which probably sounds crazy to some people, but... I think there's a decent chance we actually want to move the Venice market. Also, I am kind of keen on moving the Constantinople down to Smyrna and testing out kind of our theories that we have. So I guess to do that, we'd want to fight the Ottomans at some point, but I don't think we have claims for Ottomans. Yeah. Subject-led claims. So everything's going to be more antagonism, but we only have one hegemon. God, it went from 140 to 150 to 180, dude. Big sad. But also, it does look like we can full annex. Hopefully he turns that over to us. Looks like he might not want to, though. We actually don't mind. We kind of just are more interested in taking him off the map. Than necessarily taking it all. Naples gets printing press. Hell yeah, brother. I think let's check resources. Maybe we want to make sure that the wool comes to us. But us feeding it to them, then they get the antagonism. That's actually super okay. We could also feed them a piece of Vidin so that we would get claims on them. Which is kind of cute, because I don't think we're annexing Vidin, like, anytime soon, so if we fed... Oh, no, wait, we won't. Just kidding. Oh, wait, no, wait. If we fed this to them, then just this location, we would eventually get Hungarian claims that would be useful to us. Yep. Full annex. We have the technology. We just have to, like, white piece Muscovy or something. Missing cabinet member and did each change what value you're pushing? Alright, yeah, you're right. Missing cabinet member's kind of intentional, though. We want to make it so it's mainly crown power characters, but this works for us actually. Luigi. Crown power. We want 2 crown power characters ideally, and a singleton burger character is the ideal setup. So this is the peace deal we want. Oh wait, not with this occupied by Hungary though. Oh, it flipped the entire province, dude. That's not what we wanted. We wanted to flip just the location. Looks like they want to feed it back to us. Is it not possible? Transfer occupation, just the individual one. Okay, I'm so used to right-clicking. Can we march over there? We can't, can we? We would only need access through them, but they hate our guts. It's a shame we couldn't get this war resolved before the age turn, because the extra antag. I mean, we could just make them a vassal, but we've already kind of talked through why we don't like that much. They're so weird shaped for a vassal. They take forever to annex. There's so many locations with high pop. I guess they only have a pop of 700,000. Would we ever really want to annex them anyways? This is going to take forever to get to like the point where we want to do that. There's way less antagonism. Let's see who hates our guts more between all vassals versus overlord. We've been making fiefdoms. What the hell is this? Is that a new game rule or is that a bug? Everyone flipped to being a vassal. Is that because we changed dynasties? Dude, monarchies are so scuffed. Local max literacy in the capital's nice since you have so many pops there. Big true. So sad when I discovered he doesn't exist, a Slovak historical subject. Why Smyrna instead of Corinth for market? Smyrna is... Well, to be fair, we're thinking of it from the perspective of capital. I don't think putting a market capital in the middle of Greece is very good, because it just runs into a bunch of bad terrain. But kind of, the idea was, I wanted to see what Smyrna looked like, because I think that it's possible that Constantinople is just not a good location for a market capital. Can't believe you'd make fun of their shape like that. I'd do it again. Are they your religion? No, they're not. They're Orthodox, which just has the same color as our religion. Can you see who's the ruler of vassals? Same person? Oh, yeah, I mean, maybe that's the way it's working, but... Oh, it's just such a eyesore. I think we're just supposed to subjugate them, though. They accept this peace deal right now as well. I think we're supposed to make them a fief, but I don't know what's going on here where all of our fiefs flipped to not fief. Oh, we might have even been able to pull this off before the age flip if we knew we were going to subjugate them. We're mainly doing it because it's more antagonism. I have a feeling that's going to start, our subjects are going to start getting disloyal here from the country strength modifier. If these guys just randomly flip as well. Like, that's like the biggest appeal of being a monarchy too. Is that you get that? You get the extra subject type. Like you have to cheese it otherwise, but right. You get up to like 60% literacy. Wow, we use so much more literacy than the rest of the world. Monarchies definitely need work. My heir, who's not marrying off, so that I can marry them to the heir of another country, got randomly auto-married to the random architect in another country. Bro. Bro. I can't wait until we get off this godforsaken monarchy. The thing is you actually keep fiefdoms when you're not monarchy. They don't get randomly bricked by these weird, like... I don't know what bricked it, but I've not seen that before. I think it's taking the throne interaction that bricks it. But other than that, like, our dynasty is just full bricks, so what are we supposed to do, man? Because we get this, like, weird matrilineal thing that's caused by the fiefdoms. It's like turtles all the way down, man. I don't think we have full access there, so we'll go about it. But ooh, even in Geneva, we got reasonably good stuff going on. We will eventually, in Southern Friuli and also Liguria, want to culture convert actively. Should we? I don't know how long we're going to play this round. I'm just thinking if we should try and set ourselves up to form Biz after forming Italy. If so, we actually don't want to culture convert right now. We could just do something else. Let's make sure the places we're leaving urban here, that we have market villages. We might urbanize over the tin, to be honest. We might urbanize over that eventually. I got my fiefs punted vassal when my dynasty got bricked. Like I just swapped for more vassal loyalty laws. Feels bad, man. What are you even supposed to do? The thing is, like, it's not getting bricked through, like, normal play, too. It's, like, getting bricked kind of, like, through nonsense. I wonder how the access is coming through here. Yeah, it's still coming around. So maybe this is just, like, a dream. Just a fever dream that you could cut through Italy like this, and it's actually just always been its naval, bro. I guess we also want to stop enforcing culture if we were trying to set something up. We can't enforce religion, though. These are the guys we want to annex. I've been saying successions have been bricked for like a month now. Were you one of the people in my comments saying it? Someone was telling me about it on the YouTube. How do you encourage vassals to culture convert? They have to have all cores, so like making really big vassals makes them not want to do it. They'll do it, actually no, they'll do it to make cores. Them having more than one province makes them much less likely to do it, I feel like. Roman Empire over Biz? Isn't Roman Empire tier 5? Is it tier 4? Then I guess it would just be Roman Empire over Biz, yeah. How's Milan doing with their bucket? They've probably, yeah, they've added, what looks like roads, and they've added, bailiffs, I think. Oh, they built roads. They're doing alright with their bucket. Or our truce isn't even up with them. I think that's gonna be good for us. Actually, it looks like we could probably do a full annex, too. They have some high-cost provinces, but they're not in the HRE because we won the Ghibellines Guelphs. Kind of a big deal. Losing unions because inheritance buggy sucks as well. Yeah, I mean, just like all the benefits that are on top of them just like disappear. Oh, did we mess up? No, we didn't. That guy will continue to be annexed. These guys already hate us, so let's just hate them back. Trying to keep an eye on the masonry. Our masonry price is going hella up. Padua is the only one in Italy we can annex. I think we want to kind of be annexing in Italy, so we were thinking of like culture flipping Padua. I think we're gonna not do that now. Medicaments is fine, that's fine, urbanized, and I think they have something over there that's not even urbanized. Okay, that's the next boy. How far are we off of being... We really would like to be Diplo Hedge. Oh, really? We're using the thing. Bogo Sanyak, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Did I read that right? That was just like a lot of syllables. Is the HRE Emperor? Is he? No, we're not HRE. Culture converts for the AI, bugged for the AI. I'm on the open beta where it's not bugged. But yeah, that is the correct answer. It actually is bugged. That's the better answer to that guy's question. Well, we'd rather lose prestige, I guess. Mocking us for how poorly nobles work. So these guys need another 5 years? Wow, this really only like 5 years ago that we made these guys? Alright. It's also really nice with Naples, so much of your pop is so condensed that, like, institutions just go really fast. Like, we have so much pop just, like, right here in this pocket. Where did New World spawn? Okay. Wasn't exactly likely. What modifier does New World give this? Sailors, yeah. I figured it was kind of a whatever modifier because I didn't know what it was. Are you GGP 2 without Emperor? I guess we could take a look if you're... I didn't even know that was a Bruin. But okay. Actually, let's split them up. That is going to be the most annoying one. I guess we'll come here. Oh, we have stuff in the south too. Yikes. Yikes. I didn't even notice. No, not my gumdrop buttons. We don't have any castles anywhere. Okay. Let's answer the question though. How are we number 2? I guess we're number 3 now. but this guy is 423. The next guy ahead of us, and he's Emperor. We are 500, and a lot of it is from subjects. Yeah, we just have a ton of subjects. Also, a really big chunk of pop. Subjects may be giving more than they should. I don't know. Like, the flat amount you get per subject is maybe a little bit too high. Just kidding. I bet this bricks are auto expands too. What? Wait, what? Did we not take the... Oh, we took the wrong spot. And now it's silver, but silver for us. I was like, why did we not flip the province when we took the silver place? Yeah, we could actually check though. Oh, it keeps our auto expands. Hell yeah, very cool. Very cool. Find that guy. He's gonna cash us outside. How about that? Dense pops did it. Checks out, makes sense, yeah. I think we're probably getting too much from subjects, but... in terms of what we deserve. We're gonna avoid taking out the army because we don't need to. And that's just our own. Motorcycle or car, chat? Let's play Figure It Out with Generalists. Was that A, a motorcycle, or B, a car? Alright, but this guy's gonna cause trouble, so we need to put him down. Unfortunately, we're sitting on like 5k. We probably want to spend a little bit more. Did we not upgrade this to a city? I thought we did. We're not going to do it in that masonry and timber environment. Alright. The 9 stack and the 8 stack, I think we're going to put on auto expand for the... I think it's time. We might end up pushing it a little bit too much because we want to urbanize that, and when we urbanize we're going to lose how many lumber mills we can build, but it's probably okay. We're at the point where we're starting, or being increasingly willing to just eat inefficiency for the sake of, like, making our life easier. which means we're a coward. We see motorcycle, one guess from chat. Subject GP score should be scaled by duration as scaled per each. Subject GP scale should be scaled by duration as subject per each IMO. Why scale it by duration? I mean, it's a way to, like, slow you down. But couldn't you, like, scale it by loyalty? You just spam granary, but I'm thinking it's too much for your masonry. It is a lot of masonry. We knew it was going to crush our masonry price for an extended period of time when we clicked shift. Probably need to do a little bit more to try and fix it, though, than we're doing here. Because, yeah, that's the consequence you eat. I guess this province isn't all that great, so what we'll do is we'll put the Masons on auto-expand in the urban areas in this province. I know chat is like on the edge of their seat regarding whether that was a loud car or a loud motorcycle. It was a loud motorcycle. Getting GP scales you down, the 8% cost of court can be deadly for the margin. Yeah, yet another reason, stay winning. Hashtag theocracy. We want to be able to invite a foreign cleric. Unfortunately, we cannot. Yeah, that's a motorcycle as well. Can this guy give up already, or... Ooh, and here's an interesting one. These get cheaper when you are having a rev. It's kind of cute. I think we just pick up our advances that we want. And let this get cheaper, because it's gonna spread pretty quick. Not sure exactly where we go first, though. Alright. Resign, please. It's like me when I play chess and someone just keeps playing when, like, their position's completely lost. You're just like, bro, this is awkward. Let me out. Yeah, I actually think it's worth turning off granaries for a lot of starts. Because of what it does to your masonry price. Like, us shift-clicking it in was, like, definitely too much, but... We'll figure it out eventually. We're plus 2.7 in terms of masonry in the market, just taking a look at it, so it'll probably be okay. In just a second here. Thank you. Gonna send him back to Salerno. Salerno might not be... What? Can we not ship across? Alright. Let's send these guys to Salerno. We're strongest. It's fine. And then... Oh, we're sitting on a ton of... juice. I guess we're probably gonna get control better to... I just don't know if we're getting control out here. I guess we kind of probably are. I mean, we don't have to be annexing someone. We kind of do. Let's just go after Upper Macedonia. We will research a little bit faster if we click this up, but... Oh, we definitely want to... Yeah. Can we do economic... Offer market preference. Cool. To people that we currently can't annex, like Florence. This is gonna give us plus relations with them. Although, I actually think it's loyalty is why we can't annex them, not the relations, so maybe that's a waste of time. Are these guys using... Maybe we just say if they're not using Dev Province, we're gonna snatch their weave. They are all using it. I guess we could just improve relations up for the future as well. Yeah, I like this expenditure. Laser price is starting to come down. Consult the Joe's best age of text discovery video. Me? Not like this. Excuse me, you need to read this guy's stuff on things. Oh, interesting. Getting close to getting all of Italy here. Wonder why the views fell off. Like in the last 15 minutes. We just need a diplomat here. I guess let's get our army in place. Who's this even? Okay, we can annex that guy at will, kind of. Playoff football just started. Dad views dropped off. Oh. Bro, that's crazy. That makes so much sense. No, like, it's just, the view count number is very much like, just like dipped in a way it doesn't normally dip. And I was like, it's not like we accomplished something that we were planning on accomplishing and now there's like no more build up or like, yeah. I was like, what is this? Playoff football. Bro, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Really that many people from the US, though, even? Let's do a poll. Where from? US versus outside the US. Sorry, Twitch viewers. I wish I could make unified polls easier, other than making a straw poll and relinking it like 15 times. Like, we want to spend a fat stack of money, but the problem is our masonry is expensive. Oh, it's getting down. We're starting to get it down, so I guess probably when is that, like 0.92, 0.93? Quinine too, probably. France is Diplo hedge. Awkward. Is it worth, is worth at begging do not auto the production methods? I don't know what you're asking me. I generally automate my production methods, if that answers your question. Just because, for me, it's like, it's too much of a headache to manual it. You know? I think we could just use half stacks, man. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think half stacks will do it. And I just add another 400 guys with men at arms. I think half stacks will do it, especially in the context of us having a ton of subjects. And the subjects will overrun. Plus they got put in the bowl. They got the bowl. Speaking of Super Bowl, they got the put in the bowl. Alright. Oh, Torino is their subject. Interesting. So I guess we probably subjugate Torino and annex Milan? That's the right way to play this, probably. Let's just see what the annexation of Milan looks like. We could also release someone from them instead of eating all the antag. I think it's not gonna be... Oh, that is prohibitively large amount of antagonism. Holy shit. Plus 55 with France? Really? It's such a light switch. Like, you hit the next stage and you get this, and then... You know what's really cute is we could flip off of our culture. Oh, we're super over Diplocap too. Which is not good for the antagonism front. But if we flipped off of our culture, this would brick our cultural hegemon. Kinda cute. Pour one out to the homie, hopefully he makes it. Yeah, so maybe this is just 2 wars. Maybe it's just 2 wars, because this isn't even all of them. God, that's so much antagonism. That's like not smooth at all. That's so... It feels like a very jarring, like, adjustment. But yeah, okay, so we're probably... We didn't even co-belligerate this other guy, though. So every location's gonna be a ton of antagonism. So I guess we probably occupy him and force him to release the non-Italian stuff. And then we grab, like, Brescia. What do they have low control on? Yeah, so we grab this off of them. And we make the bowl even worse if we can. Stuff's traveling through here. Gotta make their bowl worse. something like that. Is that Croatian dirt? Yeah, we can feed that to Croatia. We just need France to not be... Alright. We have a character. Lowborn. Son of a bitch. Architectural visionary. Hell yeah. So here's the thing is... Our dynasty gets bricked, yeah? This is gonna be a little bit of a test. Our dynasty gets bricked, and this guy flips vassal. So stone? Awful to be. And now Padua's disloyal. And I know exactly why they're disloyal, because we have this huge-ass vassal. So the benefit of like being able to make fiefdoms is actually just completely undone, because the fiefdoms cause you to brick everything. Alright, well, I guess we take the throne with this lowborn idiot, who doesn't have a dynasty, so... this gets rid of some penalties. And I believe if we marry nobles that have houses, this makes it so the heirs that we produce is good. Holy Toledo. Hello, Helen. Hello, nurse. Shout out to Helen. But I guess we're kind of okay just having architectural visionary for an extended period of time, so... What's better, 5% tax efficiency or 0.02 inflation? It depends on how much... Ooh, what's better? I don't know. You could just, like, look at the math on it, though. Like, you can just... You can calculate how much you're getting in taxes, like, with a calculator, and then divide by 1 plus your current tax efficiency. And that's the raw number, and 5% tax efficiency will give you 5% more of that. And then you could just look at your minting. So, maybe people are going outside? Never. Been playing Norse Norway after hearing about Norse a bit of, while ago. It's been fun. Yeah, just being able to take all the slaves. Will you someday do a video about the Brest province like you did States for Vic 3? Probably not something that's just directly, this is the best province. I have plans for, like, best capitals, but, like, in Vic 3, like, the actual province matters. In EU5, a lot more of it has to do with relations between that province and other province. So... I wonder where Indian vassals have similar issues. The Samanta, Mahazamanta, and Prada, whatever the name is. Yeah. Wait, what was that thing? You just switched king? What do you mean? Our ruler died. We had some lowborn idiot take command, and then we picked... We can't ennoble him, though. Because he's part of the clergy estate. It just picks a character when there's no one left to pick up the pieces. And so, yeah, we keep getting our stuff bricked by... Having fiefdoms seems to brick your dynasty a lot. And that's, like, the main benefit of, like... Monarchy just super sucks. I don't know. I thought it was a lot closer before, but it's actually just awful. We'll take the stab hit, I guess. I always forget I could just do Control F9 to actually see just the pure, like, map mode. I think you lose tooltips, though, yeah. This is the screenshot version. Legislative efficiency penalty already hurts if you're having antagonism issues. Yeah. That's part of why, like, some of this must be, like, so expensive. I don't know. I don't think we can... Maybe we could full annex here, but I kind of don't feel it. I think we just make the bucket bigger. We make the bucket worse. Can't do that. And then maybe take a couple locations. I wish the tooltip wasn't broken though. Siam and Zurich are the like ones that are closest to having issues with us though. Maybe we just improve relations with them and tolerate it. Very nice. Could do support the state. A little bit of a low roll overall here. I feel like there's a law we wanted to change. Not seeing it. Oh, it's one of the new ones. Yeah, we want to go on to Confederal Union. Off of autonomous councils. That is going to cause us to get more antagonism, though. Yeah. Could get cheaper docks. I think this is just boosting up the satisfactions maybe okay. I don't think we're passing this, and I think we want enough support, so to click some buttons. So I think we're getting off of Confederal Union. Man, I really wish the UI for, like, looking at, like, picking the laws was better. Yeah. I guess we just have to remember, but, like, every time we browse the law, we do it in the other UI, and then we change the law in this UI, obviously. I wish it was just, like, very similar UI. You could simply not care about antagonism if you get a big enough army. This is also true. Not immediately embracing institutions for the research speed bonus. No, I mean, it's a lot of stab. We're also at a point where we're, from age 2, we are researching literally every single tech that is useful to us. Or I guess maybe not every, but like, for the most part every, and so when we're in that sort of situation, it's like, we're not really bricking on techs that are significantly powerful. I guess we're getting a slower start on the good techs, though. That's not where their capital is, right? So we just kind of want to get them out from there. Well, actually, we haven't subjugated anyone in this region, I don't think, for a while. Our infamy decay on subjugation is probably not too bad. So maybe we just subjugate that guy, even though we didn't co-CB him. In which case we're going to need to head over there. Should I take land or humiliate rival, or wait for a landing session to give them grant claim? I don't think taking land and humiliate rival is very good. I recall correctly. Looks like I have to go for this first anyways. Why does this not work sometimes? We could probably swap that out for something better now. Oh, we definitely want to swap this out. We go loyalty of subjects. Diplo rep. Oh, we don't have harbor administration? What the hell's wrong with us? Wait, what? Well, I mean, we're swapping it for harbor administration. There's other stuff that's reasonable for us to do, but... Okay. That's gonna help everywhere. I guess we'll take this while we're waiting for winter to end. Heretical tolerance is pretty nice for us, considering... I kinda want to see those purple on purple stripes, so we might just convert Bulgaria as well here. Oh, that place is gonna break, actually. I made a mod that micros tax level for you. Basically, you set a target satisfaction equilibrium highest. Call it smart taxes. Oh my god, that's the day that they changed taxes to not operate in equilibrium, or a state satisfaction to not be in equilibrium but be a flat gain. I was like, this makes the slider, like, the automation, like, no good. I was like, the automation's dead, bros. I don't think we need Hungary here. Do need apparently the month to pass though. Sheesh. We do have to control the capital of the other idiot to be able to subjugate him. This is gonna be fine for us. Is the fur good enough to not urbanize? I'm not sure. I think this place generally like kind of is a little food dry, so we'll just do that. Probably want to keep these two rural. I haven't really paid that much attention to Greece. To be fair, it has like very little pop just overall, so it tends not to be so good. Well, actual 0? Has no inputs. Probably paper or books would be okay. A little bit leery about adding too much paper though, because we're gonna get the paper things soonish. Got lumber and wool here. Got a lot of stuff here. Fiber crops eventually we want to urbanize. Pretty high pop. Peel off an urbanization, which means we also have a cheap enough price that we can do this. How are these guys doing? They're just kind of chipping away at things. I think that they will be very good for the Tailors Guilds in these. So we can just kind of put that up. There's enough pop there, they'll take care of it. We're also starting to get really kind of some escape velocity on the money. Not sure we actually want this to be lumber, this lumber to be upgraded, but I do think we want to urbanize this, the fruit, and the wine. Not sure about the silk either. Just gonna push up demand by creating these. Alright, we had planned on urbanizing this as well. All is in general, we're gonna push up. We just like weren't doing it before because the pop counts were really low in some of these areas, but now we're getting to the point where money's becoming much less of a thing we care about. Figure out the game and can't read much online about the best ways to progress. Appreciate the info. You're welcome. Can't read online. Why can't you read online? Jeez, today has been a vibe. The people be out with their loud cars. This has been a very loud day on the loud car front. I'm glad I'm not recording. You guys think that, like, I intentionally, like, put more takes where there's a lot of cars outside, but this is not the case. Alright, Athens is gonna be reasonable for us to go for. Don't have enough to invite a heretic. How powerful are our clergy? Oh, this is why we were holding off giving out privileges too. Shoot. We didn't want to give out privileges because we want these guys to be more powerful. I wish we had just a slight bit more conciliatory somewhere. Because then we would be able to hand out the... Well, I guess we can. We're in an offensive war. We can hand it out. Alright. I'm not sure this pushes the needle up here. We might have to intentionally brick our own crown power by taking loans. I think we don't have... Oh, our cabinet idiots are now idiots instead of... Yeah. Instead of Chads. Oh, and we decided forming Rome is probably the way to go, so we could assimilate. Let's assimilate on Sicily. I think we don't have access to any crown power characters anymore. We do not. Oh, Tarkus is back in the mix. You get to fight Catholic as Bohemia in Hussite Wars, so army gameplay for them is nice. I'm not from the US, but I voted US in the poll. Do you watch US football? I guess that's kind of the real question. We got 40% of the chat in the US and 60% out. Although maybe it's a confound, because the... Well, the time of day is, like, non-European. I figure, like, at any given moment, the odds are that it's less than 50% people US from chat. With the way it works right now, it makes a 60% level in Age of Revolutions just a big chore. Settling 60% level. Oh yeah, with the taxes. No, like the entire thing is a big chore. That's why I don't micro it, but like it's... I don't know. I care if like min-maxing is just ungodly micro. And like the min-maxing to play taxes perfectly is like super annoying, so I don't do it. But it is frustrating me that it is, yeah. I think we'll throw a little bit more into stab investment. Man, I can't wait until we flip off of... Actually, we need a lot more. Let's just max out stab. Because we're about to embrace institutions, but we're also about to flip government type. Was there something we could have gotten that? No, we couldn't have gotten a spiritualist push big enough. The 0.2 you get from, like, scapegoats or whatever from... Yeah, I think it's good to know if you're going to push spiritualist early, because I think the 0.2 you get from the bubonic plague is, like, actually, it's one of the few time-sensitive things. So it kind of matters a lot. Nope, we're trapped. Yay, stealing art, our favorite. Jesus Christ, man. We're getting like a third of the antag on other places, so we could go up to 200. I think that's just like a bridge too far, though. Yeah. But because the subjects decay in parallel, I think what we'll do is we'll subjugate this guy, and we'll release dudes off of Milan. And that'll help out a little bit. We'll just instantly flip towards serfdom anyways, or centralization, and we don't want to trend towards serfdom. We spend so much time and energy getting high free subjects. Where's our winter map mode? Where do we put our navy, dog? Alright. Now that we're annexing Athens, probably do want to make sure that this gets topped off. I forgot it's soldiers now. It used to not be soldiers. But you already have some proximity, you just have none. Well, once we annex this guy, though, he'll have it. Yeah, it's fine. These are two of our highest pop areas. That's like another reason to keep this urban is because it's so high pop. We've been content to let the universities get built by AI a little bit here, but let's just... put our finger on the scale a little bit. Yeah, especially because how much money we have. That actually might improve our access directly right now. We're building for the dev bonus though here. I think we had built up the we built up the wood and the masonry in the other market so that we could do this, and then we forgot to do it. A bit more dev that way. Also, I think this will give this location proximity. Really do be the speedway. Yeah, we just don't have enough stuff out there. I guess that's maybe a reason to send this guy over. I think that's the only province, yeah. Let's do that and then give him some galleys too. April, still winter. Oh, just kidding? We didn't select our guy properly, I guess. Alright, so can we separate piece this guy? Make a vassal. Kind of expensive. Does he count as being in the HRE? Why is it so much on these other guys? God. I really wish we co-belligerated him. Yeah, this war is stupid. Oh, we would not want to do those in conjunction. I mean, it costs us antagonism to release someone? No. Let's just do this. We want to take. Nah, we don't. I don't think we want to take anything off of him. We're just looking to like still play it like slow / small ball. So. It's just Milan here and Halich. And we try and put him deeper into the bucket. Let's make that guy whole. Is that guy up? No, wait, this is release subject. Could sure release, put it more in the, nah, it doesn't really. Well, actually, I think we maybe want to annex like Parma and these like guys down here sometime soonish. We're gonna have Brescia. Yeah, let's go with this. Just a little bit more. I think this has actually been like the loudest, loudest car session we've had. Alright, create subjects, historic subjects. I guess to make our dynasty just not get bricked, because it's going to get bricked anyways, we would just do everyone as a vassal. Oh, we made this guy 2 provinces, that's probably fine. This guy's gonna have claims. Yeah, and then his proximity is gonna be bricked by this to some extent. Even more than it already is. How much is this? We don't want France to be like, we don't want a coalition juggle France. Wouldn't be the end of the world, but would rather not. Weekend time, good zoom time, true. I honestly think you hire those people as paid actors. I pay them well, don't I? Considering the expensiveness of the cars. Based on the sound alone. We do have to, like, finish annexing full annexing an area. Would be really nice to get done. I think we're coming up on northern Greece, having all of it. Yeah, we flipped too many people's cultures and religions here. I'm from the US, but I watch real football with the feet. I do watch Super Bowl with my boys, but only because one of our friends has a family in Kansas City. Chiefs all the way, let's go. Didn't they miss the playoffs this year? We live inside the racetrack. We have become racetrack. Devourer of sleep time, ability to go to sleep. This is what it looks like with Orthodox and Waldensian layered. Just like purple on purple violence. What's our satisfaction look like? Yeah, this is like costing us like 2 control or whatever. Is it the same motorcycle or every motorcycle in America sounds the same? Well, loud cars and motorcycles are both really loud. How much left to form Italy? It must be getting close. I have enough. So we have to take Milan. That's like a hard requirement. Other than that, I think we might actually have enough locations almost. But we have to annex them from our subjects. So we're working on that, but it is going to be a little bit of a time. Oh, can you show your values, please? Let's see Paul Allen's values. Ooh, we would love something that gives us progress towards outward, actually. It'd be cheaper to just have speakers in the background playing loud car sounds. Yeah, but as a man of integrity, we obviously have to have the paid actor instead. Loud cars are loud, noted, yeah. We don't have a way to push Cap Eco more, do we? No. Where do we actually need cores, though? We need cores from Albania. So we could assimilate Albania. If we assimilate Albania, though, we're, like, giving up on flipping Greek and going biz as well. But I guess maybe chat doesn't like that anyways. It's also valuable to seed. So they won't convert until they've been seeded, like, with a little bit. Like, I think you need 1 little pip of your culture in order to start converting. Maybe I'm just crossing the streams, though. Like, confusing it with Vic3. That's convenient. We're building into that Navy right now, but just get to drop off the 15 stack. What's this look like for us now? 22 on printing press. I think we have 1 more advance. We can let it idle for a little bit. I really don't feel like taking a 20 stab hit when we want to take a 50 stab hit in the near future to flip. God damn it, dude. Rolled this event twice. I'm so annoyed. We're trying to flip Spiritualist. It's so hard to push to 95 plus. And this is the second time we've rolled this event this campaign. Also, minus 12 stab. This is actually one of the most obnoxious events. Yeah, this event sucks. It sucks when we're trying to push freaking Spiritualists for the last, like, 50 years. I mean, I guess we're not doing that anytime soon now, then. We just get stuck playing with Broken Monarchy. I mean, we're gonna have to click this in just a second anyways. I don't want to do the thing where we try and float it for like 4 months, because the first 4 months are free or something like this. I don't even think we're really using our culture capacity that much. Oh, we were. Right, because we accepted Greek. If I recall correctly, yeah, this should just be... Okay, these just being so cheap, we should probably just accept Venetian. The Italian on Italian is easier, so we shouldn't culture convert the Italians as much. This will core up this territory. Or just Venice. Oh, Venice was already cored. Womp womp. Oh well. I mean, we haven't gotten early Carrick. I don't think we want it. Because we don't have, we haven't been just eating rivalries, like, going after us with that. With the isolate from trade. Like, I think the biggest value of being naval hedge is preventing people from isolating you from trade. But the current naval hedge is, well, I guess it's France, who we have... Don't really want the extra antagonism, but... Hegemon's, like, uber-scaling antagonism just feels like... I don't know. This session we got, like, a full frontal experience of, like, just how in-your-face the scaling is. Let's go printing press. Don't really like being in negative stab, but that's the super swimming in. Alright, let's go printing press first. I don't think it's encouraged city living, but man, oh man, do I want to click it. I thought this was on the left side. Maybe it moves. Alright, I think we're going paved road first. Paved road, actually, since we're navally oriented, is a lot weaker. Maybe we should have actually just gone New World. God. The thing is, we really want this. But I think we just go workshops. Yeah, let's go workshops. And then let's go book lumber. Our unique tech. I think cabinet laws because we're right here. Yeah. What does the dev look like? More than happy. Pretty good dev for Greece. I mean, it's because we've had subjects on top of it. God, subjects are just so insane. Like, normally the dev looks so good in this everywhere, basically. Spoleto wouldn't have been our first choice. Because it's not on the coast. Academia Pontania delights the world. Little flavor event here for us. I think we would rather leave that rural. So let's do that. Let's also take a look at Athens. They might be over-urbanized too. Yeah. We'd rather have more silk. I think other than that, that's fine though. We're not gonna get to colonize in time. Oh, I think I dropped the ball on colonizing just kind of a bit. What is this? It's secessionists trying to join Granada. I don't think they're successful, right? I mean, we could... Wait, who has a threat on Sevilla? Or is that just where their capital is? No. I mean, we could do this to make sure that Malaga wins. Which includes Granada. Which effectively is like conquering all that. Can't be having too much fun now, yeah, basically, with the really painful event. You can bake up research. Yeah, you can, but like, are we gonna really ladder that much extra stab just by like trying to... The thing is like when you do something like that, when something that's like attention heavy, like you have to keep paying attention to the thing. It's a little bit... I try not to do too many of those things while streaming because we're trying to do multiple things at once here. I mean, from a power level perspective, we maybe want to go after this. I think that they have boats, and we're kind of afraid of their boats and them messing up our naval stuff. We got 94 boats, allegedly. Basically, all of our boats are barks. I think maybe we'd leave them alone for now. I did want to kind of start being a little bit better about streaming around 4 hours. I think we're at the 4-hour mark. Yeah, we are. So maybe we look to raid someone else. Wouldn't promote institutions cap action be more efficient than stabilized country? More efficient? More efficient for what? Well, we don't have promoted institutions. We would have to research that. But also, like, once you get the institutions, then you have them. I get your point, though. The thing is, I'm not super keen on getting this stuff back here, like, immediately. And I don't want to spend research on this. But yeah. You save on the stab overall faster by promoting institutions. That makes sense. I just don't want to sequence into it that early. 4-hour session of EU4 feels so short. This is a day-consuming game, as I've learned this the hard way. True, but generally speaking, after the 4-hour mark, YouTube like stops recommending it in like my subscriber stuff. So Twitch like keeps going up in terms of the view count, but YouTube doesn't. YouTube just falls off really hard. And also, I think like my energy level comes down, and I think that the quality of the stream starts coming down a little bit. Whereas I could take a break, right? And if I take a break, then I can go back to making videos. So usually when I have long streams fairly consistently, then I put out fewer videos. So I think we're gonna give Habibi a raid. He is playing. I think last I checked, he's playing Serbian multiplayer, which should be exciting. So I will link the YouTubers that as well, but then I think we'll be out. Get one last boop for the road. Thank you for the follow, Adam Mitans. Much appreciated. Thank you guys all so much for stopping in. Especially a ton of you guys subbed with Prime subscriptions. That was really sweet. I think we got like 6 today, which I think outside of like a release week, I think that's the most we've gotten in one day. So that was pretty sweet. But anyways, hope you guys have a good one. We'll say bye-bye to the YouTubers, and we will be off to